Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our May ordinary meeting of Council. Welcome to everyone. Great to see Council Shine back online last week, and thank you for joining us online last week for the committee meetings. Good to see you in person here today, very much indeed. This meeting is live streamed, and we welcome all of those who are watching online, and of course those in the room that have joined us today as well. I'll start with the acknowledgement of the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today: the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, the Jarrah and the Bigabal peoples. Pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first peoples. Councillors, before we do get underway, there's a few little things I would like to mention, the first of which is a tribute to the last Mayor of Clifton Shire Council, Ian Jones, who passed away recently, and funeral was held only last week. Many of you will know Ian, the late Mr Jones. He was Mayor of Clifton Shire from 1991 to 1994, and again from 2004 to 2008. He's survived by his wife Joanne and his sons Andrew and Marcus and their families, and we send our sincere and deepest condolences to them as well on the passing of Ian. It is also, of course, Volunteer Week, and we had a fantastic volunteer morning tea yesterday to thank the volunteers across our region who support Toowoomba Regional Council and our allied groups. Some 453 volunteers contributing last year over 20,000 hours to our community, which as we saw yesterday, the excitement of volunteering is something that we should impart many others, with the theme this year being Year to Volunteer. So thank you, and Councillor James, thank you for emceeing yesterday as well. We do appreciate your efforts in that space. It is also National Road Safety Week this week, and it's a reminder for all of us to observe the 2026 National Road Safety Week pledge to drive so others survive, and given the weather that we're experiencing at the moment, extra caution, of course, is needed as well for all of us. Today we will have a deputation later on this morning from the Cancer Council. Of course, this Thursday, the 21st of May, is the designated Australia's biggest morning tea. However, organisations and individuals are encouraged to have a morning tea, the biggest morning tea, any time through the month of May and June that suits them. And every dollar raised helps fund life-saving support for the almost 1 in 2 Australians impacted by cancer. And we will welcome Anne-Marie later on this morning to present as a deputation. And of course, May is also Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month. And I thank councillors and General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson in the way in which Toowoomba Regional Council is part of the more broader state advocacy for raising awareness and prevention of domestic family and family violence. Only this morning on the media it was stated that 50% of police work across the nation is taken up by family and domestic violence. That gives you an example of the gravity of this problem across our nation. So, councillors, we move then to item number 2, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence and declaration of conflicts of interest. Very pleased to note again that we have no apologies. Granting leaves of absence, Councillor Bill, I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to ask Council if I could have a leave of absence for I'll get the dates up, committee meeting on the 2nd of June and the ordinary meeting on the 9th of June.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. So for a granting of leave of absence, June 2, which is committee meetings, and June 9, which is the ordinary meeting of Council. Can I have someone to second that? Seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We have, at this stage, no prescribed conflicts of interest or declarable conflicts of interest. However, if something does come up through the course of the meeting, please indicate that to the chair at the time. Councillors, we move then to item number 3, which is confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council from the 21st of April, and the motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated 21st of April 2026 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item number 4, which is business arising out of the previous minutes. If there's no business arising, we move then to item number 5, which is the presentation of petitions, and I've none advised at this stage. We then move to item number 6, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice, the mayoral minute, of which there is none today, councillors. Now, we would normally at this stage move to the reception of deputation. However, councillors, I ask your indulgence that we do delay that element of the meeting until after we do the committee's consideration, because we'll move directly from the deputation to morning tea, or adjourn for morning tea, which is when councillors and others will hopefully be digging deep to support the Australia's biggest morning tea. So therefore, councillors, if I could ask for a motion that we leave item number 7 to an appropriate time closer to 10 minutes to 10. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion is carried. We then move to item number 8, councillors, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. Item 8.1 is the, welcome Joe. Item number 8.1 is the Planning and Development Committee. There was one substantive item, councillors, in this, which was the Interim Local Government Infrastructure Plan, otherwise referred to as LGIP, the amendment to that. Would anyone like to pull this out to discuss? If not, councillors, the motion before us is that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 12 May 2026 be received and the recommendation there being adopted. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item 8.2, which is Water and Waste Committee, of which there were no items. Therefore, the motion is that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 12 May 2026 be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Deanne. We move then to 8.3, which is the Infrastructure Committee. There were no substantive items, and therefore the motion is that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated 12 May 2026 be received. Moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We moved into 8.4, councillors, which is the Environment and Community Committee. There was one substantive item, which was item number 3, the Annual Fire Mitigation Plan for 2026-2027. Would anyone like to or wish to pull that out to discuss further? Councillor Trevor?
Just wish to raise what I raised last week regarding cultural burns with that, and how far we will get with that, because I have had a few people contact me in the week from the committee meeting to this meeting, offering help with cultural burns. So obviously, GM.
So, Councillor Trevor, you'd like to pull this out and discuss it?
Yes.
That's what you're telling me?
Yep.
Okay. Well, let's
Sorry.
do that. Nick, if you'd like to come forward. So we'll discuss it now. And so, Councillor Trevor, that's your question.
Yep. That is my
GM
question.
Nick, in the passage of last week to this week, do you have anything further to add?
Just adding that I've had a few people contact me with cultural experience, and they would be of assistance to us to do cultural burning.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Thanks, Councillor Trevor. That's fantastic news. If you could share with us those contact details, we'll absolutely follow that up, and that might give us some additional opportunities to engage in said cultural burning practices. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Further to Councillor Trevor's point, there is actually a motion on the books from 2020 that the council is supportive of, including Indigenous burning practices in our fire management. So that motion is on the books and will support what Councillor Trevor's just spoken about.
Very good. Any further questions or queries in regard to this item? If not, the motion before us is that the report of the Environment and Community Committee dated 12 May, hang on a minute, what are we doing? Oh, we pulled it out, sorry. Thank you, Deanne. The council adopt the annual fire mitigation action plan 2026-27 attachment 1. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thanks, Nick. We then move to item 8.5, councillors, which is the Corporate Services Committee, of which there were 3 substantive items. The first of which was item 3, which is the 2026-27 operational plan progress report year to date, quarter 3. Item number 4 was the draft review policy 2026-27, and item number 5 was the 2025-26 asset revaluation. Would anyone like to pull any of those items out to discuss? If not, councillors, the motion is that the report of the Corporate Services Committee dated 12th May 2026 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to item 8.6, councillors, which is the Economic Development Committee, of which there were no substantive items. The motion, therefore, is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 12 May 2026 be received. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move then to item number 9, councillors, which is the monthly financial performance statement, noting, councillors, that attachment number 4 is confidential, and invite and welcome GM Anne-Marie to come forward. Thank you. Welcome to you.
Good morning, councillors. So presenting the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 30th of April. The first attachment shows the operating income tracking to budget with a year-to-date variance of just 4% or 19 million. The report does demonstrate the trends that have been observed over the past number of months, and they are continuing. So strong development activity across the region, resulting in higher than anticipated development fees, which are reflected in the fees and charges component of the statement. The development activity has provided private works opportunities, which are also reflected in fees and charges. So overall, fees and charges tracking 14 million above budget. Interest received also continues the trend that we have been observing, currently 2.9 million above budget. This is as a result of higher than anticipated cash holdings and recent increases to interest rates. Operational expenditure is also continuing the trends, which is a positive trend that we've been observing, and that's tracking just 1% below budget year to date, so a good result. At the 30th of April, the operating surplus ratio was sitting at 22.8%, so this is one of our key financial sustainability ratios, but noting that at the end of April, all rates and charges for the year had been levied, so 2 water rates, 2 general rates. Capital income tracking favourably with a variance of 11.7 million or 22%. Capital expenditure continues to track unfavourably, again, as we have discussed over the last few months, with a variance of 39 million or 25%. The other attachments are the consolidated financial performance statement, including the statement for separate business units, key capital projects by groups, summary report for disaster recovery funding arrangements, and the confidential monthly investment report. Water rate notices were issued on the 24th of April, and at this stage they are continuing to track as per previous years the payment, and I'll give you an update at the June meeting following the 27th of May close date. So attachment 5 is the reforecast, and I think this reforecast really demonstrates the work of the team over this financial year, refining our reporting and analysis. So overall, operating income is proposed to be 5% or 20 million above budget. You note that fees and charges are 210 rates and levies, 210,000, so very low variance, and that's directly attributed to water consumption. Fees and charges, as I've just mentioned, 15 million. Two main influences being that development activity and interest. So cash holdings higher than we had budgeted this time of the year, and that upward pressure that we've seen on interest rates over the last few months. Our operational expenditure actually, the overall result is really complemented by operating expenditure, where we've got a very small variance, 2.7 million or 1%. Labour below budget by 3%, which is due to vacancies that we've reported consistently. Materials, services and other expenditure below budget by 4%, due predominantly to change in delivery model with ICT projects. The reforecast operating surplus ratio is just over 5%, within the previous department target of 0 to 10. So the department has set a target for that operating surplus ratio to be between 0 and 10. If we hadn't received notification of the 80% forward payment last Tuesday of the financial assistance grant for 26-27, we would have been around at 3% operating surplus ratio. So quite a low, although the result looks healthy, we're looking at a $25 million surplus, we have to just keep in mind that operating surplus ratio. It still remains quite low for the organisation. Capital income is forecast at 6%, 6 million or 9 above the original adopted budget, and capital expenditure 65 million or 28% below budget, attributed to the Crestbook Dam project. So very happy to take any questions.
Pardon me, thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Great context in regard to the consolidated financials. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Melissa and Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Anne-Marie, for the report. And I did send 4 questions through prior to the meeting, so I'll just go one by one. Thank you. So given that we, at this point in time, won't deliver the entire capital program for the year, what confidence do we have that we can realistically deliver within revised timeframes and budgets?
All right, thank you. And thank you for providing the questions on notice. So at this stage, we have delivered 70% of the Capital Works programme. So that's the standard normal annual capital works programme. And the reforecast indicates that we're proposing to deliver 97% of the annual capital works programme. So I think that's quite a good result. Obviously, the figures with Crestbook delayed. So with all multi-year programmes, there are challenges with, financial years got that hard 30th of June cut off, but multi-year projects don't stop and start for a financial year cut off. So 97% I think is quite a good figure.
Thank you. So we aren't then expecting too much to be carried forward into the next financial year?
Sorry, say that.
So we won't be expecting much to be carried forward into the next financial year?
No annual projects have been highlighted for carryover this year, which is a terrific result as well. So this is probably the first time in a number of years that there are no capital carryovers.
Great. Thank you. And I note that the asset sustainability ratio remains significantly below target, sitting at 20.9%. At what point do you think Council would become concerned that renewal investment is being crowded out by new and upgrade expenditure?
Yeah, so the asset sustainability ratio is one of the key financial sustainability ratios audited each year by Queensland Audit Office. The 5-year average indicates that Council remains within the sustainability parameters. The long-term financial forecast, which is our main lead indicator, identifies us moving back within that sustainability period parameter in the 1 year, in year 7. And we will continue to very closely monitor that figure and report at each end of month figures on how we're tracking with progress throughout the year, but that 30th of June then, when we do that full review of what we've actually delivered and what we said we were going to do and what we actually delivered, that's when it's really crucial. That's the figure that's actually audited every year.
Okay, thank you. And to what extent is the current strong operating result being driven by delayed expenditure rather than recurring structural savings?
So this is a great question. So delayed expenditure has not been identified in the reforecast result. The reforecast is that strong development activity with increased additional income. The interest rates, which we have been reporting on, we've got more cash holdings than we anticipated and higher interest rates. So works really well. When you complement that with how we've managed costs over the year, so labour tracking below budget and materials tracking below budget, financial assistance grant notification last Tuesday night, an extra $5 million before the 30th of June. I mean, that presents a challenge for council. Like everyone in the room, I don't know why we don't just get the full allocation each year instead of this early payment. 2 years ago, we missed out on the early payment and got it on the 2nd of July. We're required with the Australian accounting standards to recognise it when it's actually received. So this year, next year then, when we're developing the budget, we will envisage only getting 20% of the financial assistance grant. But that's income, not the expenditure. So the work we've done over the last 12 months on managing our expenditure is evident in these results.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Tim and Councillor James.
Chair, good morning, Anne-Marie. I actually think that sans dam wall, 97% of our capital works being done this year is a tremendous result. And I often notice that it trickles along the bottom and then the last kind of 3 months it shoots right towards its target. So for the 30th of April in front of us, I look forward to seeing that climb dramatically in 2 months to sit at 97. My question was around, it's actually one of those graphs, the unrestricted cash expense. So we've got to be 2 months and we've been 10 to 12 months for a very long time. If I scroll up to the page above, we have 200 mil in borrowings, but 288 mil of unrestricted cash, and we've made 10 mil on that in interest when we've got 6.5 mil that we've been charged in interest. So we're making $4 million a year round figure, keeping that much cash. But is it a risk for us to have so much unrestricted cash, and are you looking for that number to go down?
It's a really good question. So every year, once the end of September, when the audited statements have been audited, we do an exercise where we look at our cash holdings and we look at our debt and look at the most cost-effective way to manage our cash. So that is to invest or to pay off debt that we have been carrying. The exercise we did October last year, when we had this really healthy balance, indicated that it would be cost prohibitive to pay back debt early because of the interest rates. So over the last number of years, we haven't borrowed as much as we've borrowed previously. So our previous borrowings are at a higher interest rate than now. We're seeing that creep up. So it's an opportunity for us now to look at, so we adopt a debt policy as part of the annual budget every year, but we don't actually draw down until June. So we can have a look at in June this year, look at what capital we've delivered and see whether we do draw down on the debt or whether we use the cash we've got. The confidential investment report shows you exactly where all of that cash is at the moment and the interest rates we are achieving, and you can see that upward trend on interest rates. So it's quite detailed, that report, but you can see exactly where council's cash has been invested.
4 million's 4 million, and thanks for having excess cash.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of questions. The first, I'm sure probably is one towards Anne-Marie. A few others I have that might be around the area or a general manager, but I'll start. Anne-Marie, my question is, I know we've sort of spoken about the level of reporting that we have and the detail that we've got there to understand exactly where we sit as an organisation around budgeting and costs and all of that sort of thing. We moved to zero-based budgeting at the start of this financial year. How much, in this period of time, how much of an improvement or how much extra have you seen that team has been able to pick up that has been of benefit to this organisation in the early stages, but more so obviously as we continue to refine how we do this moving forward?
And thank you. So we started to roll out zero-based budgeting November 2024. So this is the first full financial year that we have implemented zero-based budgeting. It has been enormously beneficial to the finance team to start there. We complemented the zero-based budgeting with budgeting at a service. So we only started rolling that out from July, so gradually every group has been finalised, and we're finalising ISG at the moment. That has just given the executive leadership team, if you like, just an oversight over all our expenditure that we didn't have before. Exactly what our services are was the first thing we determined, what those services were, over 100 different services, and then to do a breakdown of every one of those services with the labour, materials and other resources that are required to deliver every one. So it's been a really worthwhile exercise, and I think the bottom line reflects that.
I agree. If I can, additionally, you may be able to answer this, or this might be more towards potentially the acting manager of ISG. So based on that, can I please, I'm on attachment 5, page 2 of 3, down the bottom under so I'm trying to work on from my screen here, but then there's a point here around operating income under fees charge. B is is A, construction and maintenance, 7.2 million due to additional private works. Can I understand what that is? And not only with that, similar to that question I asked before around where I spoke about zero-based budgeting, what is that 7.2 in profit that we're making? Is that 7.2 in income? I mean, is that taking into account all those things we spoke about, labour, material, service, all those sorts of things? And again, whether that's through you, Chair, whether it's a question to yourself or to the...
So that is, I'm happy to hand over to Interim GM Murray, but it is 7.2 million in income that wasn't budgeted. So that is correct. That's what we've identified here. So that has been actually recognised income. So that's income that has been invoiced for private works, and it is offset by labour and materials both coming under budget.
Okay.
So there would be definitely labour and materials attributable to it. So Marie, it's coming up.
Okay, thank you.
So through you, Mayor, Councillor James and I'll, while Marie comes up. So private works are works that we may do on behalf of TMR, Transport and Main Roads, where they'll actually engage council to do additional work. It doesn't compromise the delivery of our capital program, because as you heard, the capital program will be 97% delivered.
Yeah.
What it does do is allow the utilisation of resources to continue to be utilised to deliver on additional works which are undertaken on behalf of another entity, in this case Transport and Main Roads, on their network, which then does have a corresponding benefit to the broader Toowoomba Regional Council network. So there's some of the things that we do that, but I'll let GM Marie elaborate now that she's up here.
Thanks, Sal. Thanks,
Thanks,
Marie.
CEO.
Thank you. Specifically, we tend to budget for the RMPC contract, which you'll have heard us mention before. This year, in terms of increased income, what we have is an extra 600,000 identified as additional works through that RMPC contract. We've also been given additional contracts from TMR for other works, including a signage contract, reseal, early works, preparatory works, and some DFRA recovery works on TMR roads. And then there's an additional income we get from various other private works, for example, New Ackland Coal, because they have responsibility for looking after the roads up there on our behalf. They'll sometimes ask us to do the work for them.
Okay, do we have to? Well, I mean, we're carrying these vacancies and we're trying to deliver. I'm wrestling with and And I know, I'm going to bring up an old chestnut. We've got certain roads where we're telling people nothing we can do even if they want to contribute, yet we're doing all these additional works and we're carrying vacancies. It doesn't make sense to me.
I think there's some we're contracted to do. So the RMPC we're actually contracted to do. The rest of it we don't have to do. It is a way of exposing our staff and developing them to different kind of working environments, and it also keeps them busy when we don't have work when that happens.
I fundamentally find an issue with that as well.
Well, it's an interesting question, Councillor James. The retention of labour and resources is a tricky one at the moment. So while we probably don't have a capital program in our infrastructure and road space, which probably reflects what we should be spending in this region, we may be carrying some additional resources. If we were to lose those resources, the ability then to acquire them to the skill levels that we currently retain would probably take us some time. So then the ability to deliver the capital program would be compromised. This is one way of probably supplementing our capabilities to undertake work, which does have benefit to the region. Your question is a valid question because it's the same question I ask is, are we compromising our work to do this? The advice that I've been given to date is no, but it is an area that I'm continuing to investigate, as both GMs on my left are aware, to ensure that we aren't compromising critical infrastructure works that we should be doing to chase private work.
Okay, yeah, well, that's. Sorry, Mary, again, through if I can continue. I'm just because I just trying to understand this because I just think it comes back to many conversations we have around here of what's our priority, where's our priority actually sit, and doing private works when we've got internal roads and things like that we often talk about that aren't, when we need anyway. Yeah, I think it's a bigger conversation. So I appreciate. So can I ask just additional? That's all right, Mary. The final one I have with it is, Marie, is that I'm assuming to be for you as well. It's a similar, just in the normal attachment report agenda down under the DRFA, it's just got a line there that says, again, council has expended 5.35 million and budgeted 7.09 in complementary works, blah, blah. These are beyond the scope of approved QRA funding. Can I understand what that means as well? Because I'm on a similar train of thought with this, please.
It's actually works that was prioritised for next year, and we've brought it forward because there was capacity to actually deliver it early.
There's capacity for us to deliver beyond the scope. Is that what you mean?
We have multiple different flood events, so it's the next flood event. So it was scheduled to start next year with QRA, and then there's works that we can do to get it resilient. So instead of just going back the same way as it was, we're actually building it back better, so we got greater resilience. So there's a combination of works being brought forward and then us contributing to make it better than it otherwise would have been with just QFRI funding.
Okay, yeah, and again, I appreciate and understand the explanation, but I just fundamentally struggle to understand when we're looking at priorities. And I probably don't need an answer to this, but I'm guessing a lot of this has been brought more to the surface with additional reporting that we're sort of seeing now as a result of zero-based budgeting. I just want to again give it a tick because I think we all understood why we sort of went in that direction, and it needs to be as sophisticated levels of this, so we have a really strong understanding of what we're doing, what our priorities to what we're doing, and things like that. Yeah, so I appreciate the answers, but CEO, I fundamentally struggle to understand a few, where we sort of sit for a number of reasons with private works. As I said, one, the vacancies that we're carrying as is internally. Should we be more concentrating on what we've got here? And also, why are we competing with private companies for private works?
Well, I can answer probably a couple of those for you, Councillor. We are actually more efficient. In some of our areas, we actually are more efficient than tier ones. So from a TMR perspective, we actually can deliver a program of work that's actually affordable. They also trust the quality of the work that's done by the staff. So in that sense, it does become beneficial. Some private entities do trust council undertaking that work. I think back to your original query, The fact that we have done a full zero-based budget, the fact that we've done service-by-service review is now starting to give me the transparency that I needed to really understand what we need to do. There are broader complexities around our labour force. There are EA agreements and those other issues that we would need to manage. We're not, my understanding, I can be corrected if I'm wrong, we're not employing new people to do private works. We're utilising the resources that we have at the point in time where we've expended the capital program that we've been given in the infrastructure program, and that allows us to continue to utilise those resources to deliver, as I said, complementary benefits to the region. If we were able to increase the infrastructure budget by another $20 million in roads and space, we would have a full committed program of work. Unfortunately, the budget doesn't allow me to do that because our focus at the moment is probably more in our water assets.
Yeah, final thing I'll say, appreciate that. And again, that comes back to what is our priority. Thank you.
Good. Any further questions for Anne-Marie? Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Mayor. Anne-Marie, you mentioned vacancies. How many vacancies does TRC have at the moment?
I think 257.
And are they real vacancies or are they
They
just
are
on the
real
books?
vacancies.
Real
So we have an
vacancies.
improved establishment. We do ensure that critical vacancies are recruited, but we do review every vacancy that occurs, and particularly as we're developing next year's budget, we are looking to ensure that we are budgeting for positions to deliver services.
Okay. Any further questions? If there's not, the motion before us is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 30 April 2026 be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Just noting Edwin's out of the room. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie and Marie. Okay, we move then to Council's item number 10, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. Sal, I'll hand directly to you.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, councillors, and good morning, everyone online and in the room. I do have a few things that I do want to touch on this morning, Mayor. Again, another busy month across the Toowoomba region, with the recent federal budget being brought down, but a lot of other activities that are probably going on, which I would just like to touch on a few. A number of us in the room had the opportunity to attend the May Enterprise evening at Parliament House, a Tisby Run event where we were able to hear from our Treasurer, David Janeski, on his views around the current outlook and some of the challenges that probably this region is facing and more broadly Queensland's needing to deal with. He also made mention of the decision around Inland Rail, which I know has generated a fair amount of interest not only in this region but across the country as well. And probably moving on to Inland Rail, it was a disappointing decision that we had received, having worked on that project in two previous lives before. I too am probably disappointed at the fact that we won't be seeing a critical piece of infrastructure coming to the Toowoomba region. But in saying that, I think there are opportunities in the way we as a region can pivot to ensure that there are opportunities that our freight task is able to be delivered through the facilities and the infrastructure that we do have in the region, such as the Walcamp Airport and the fact that we have over 2,000 hectares of industrial land that will still continue to generate further investment. Work is being done with the Inland Rail team to get clarity around the federal government's decision around what does preserve and protect actually mean. And those interactions and dialogues will continue, Mayor, to give clarity not only to Toowoomba Regional Council, but more broadly probably to the communities that are part of our region as well. I also had the opportunity to attend my first mayoral prayer breakfast, which I believe was a week today. Over 400 in attendance, where we had the opportunity to listen to Reverend Stu Cameron from the Wesley Mission. I think what I took away from that opportunity, Mayor, was just the amount of passion and commitment that exists in this community to support those less fortunate. And this year's funds, as you know, went to the PCYC Youth and Community Programs and the Toowoomba Hospice, both important programs for this region. the federal budget saw a number of industry events being undertaken this week, UDIA, HIA, where we were getting further information as to the challenges that probably lay ahead, not only from a budget perspective, but also from a point of view of how we will be able to deliver the housing that's required to accommodate the large and growing population across the country. Probably mixed messages in terms of some of the decisions that came out through the federal budget. I think time is still required to actually understand how those implications will flow through. But as we've heard through the finance report, development activity in this region is still quite buoyant, and I don't expect it to slow significantly while we need to accommodate a growing population and the other pressures that are being placed before us. Surprisingly, and hopefully, Toowoomba Regional Council can benefit. The $2 billion announcement in the federal government housing infrastructure initiative, and with $500 million also specifically allocated to regional Australia. We do acknowledge and we do appreciate the fact that we did get the early assistance grant funding, the 80%, which allows us to actually plan better for the upcoming budget. And there'll be some further ongoing commitments to our Roads to Recovery black funding activities as well. So overall, another busy month with really a strong emphasis around advocacy across housing, infrastructure and economic growth. In addition to the external engagements, I've continued to undertake my internal staff engagements and getting out across the region to further understand the good work that our staff do and how we can continue to deliver more for our community as we undertake the reform programs that we've kicked off. Before I do close, I do want to just touch on National Road Safety Week. The Australian and Queensland road fatality numbers continue to rise. 2025 saw 307 Queenslanders lose their lives on our roads. To date, from the start of the year, there have been 125 fatalities across Queensland roads. That's 27 more Queenslanders have lost their lives to the same time last year. To everyone in our community, I really do encourage you to drive to the conditions. Arriving 1 or 2 minutes late is better than arriving not at all. So I do encourage all in this Road Safety Week to drive so others survive. I've taken the pledge. I do encourage everyone else to take the pledge. That is way too many lives that we are losing on Queensland roads. Mayor, that's my report for the month.
Thanks very much, CEO Sal. Any questions in regard to all of those things? Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, CEO Sal, for your report. Just touching on the Tisby event you went to, there was an announcement made there of a new board chair. Have we got any control over that, or what's the rationale of appointing a board chair within Tisby?
Thank you, Councillor Trevor, for your question through the Mayor. I'm currently working through with Tisby. The Tisby constitution does allow them to have a board chair, but there's also a procedural process in the way a board chair is appointed, and I'm working through Tisby to ensure that those procedures have been followed, with a report to then come back through this chamber to then verify that new appointment.
Okay, I look forward to that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Trevor. Any further questions? Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to CEO Sal. Sal, probably not a question, but a discussion perhaps on a broader scale for local government to think about around road safety. As one of the majority population as a driver, there's a point at which we need to ask ourselves, is what we're doing working? Pointing at the back end of the problem to try and save lives, doesn't matter what it is, isn't probably necessarily the best way to go about it. And it's a discussion for another day, perhaps in our Councillor CEO discussion for the majority to decide, do we put something up to LGAQ to advocate around the process? I'm suggesting that our problems and the statistics not improving, the practices in which we get to that point may need to be advocated for advocating for change. In other words, what I'm suggesting is there's probably habits learnt on the front end of a driver's experience when they first start driving and the way we go about that, which is resulting in, and policing and enforcement is only one small portion, and that's at the wrong end of prevention. So it's a conversation that I'd possibly like to have with councillors, colleagues, about a topic that LGAQ might wish to address more broadly, because we've all got motorists, we're all part of the same community, the state. Yeah, it is concerning when you're a driver on the road, and I'm no saint. I make mistakes like everyone else, but it's a rational question. You know, what we're doing is obviously not working. Is there a better way to approach this? Just a comment, and I'd, Chair, and beg your indulgence at the appropriate time that we raise that as a topic to discuss collectively and see what we might do.
I've made a note, and if you could make a note as well, Councillor Bill, that would be good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mayor, Chair, I'll take it as a comment, but probably just a couple of comments. As you know, I headed the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator for 11 years, and safety was our paramount responsibility. Across the nation, we're trending up to about 1,300 odd fatalities a year. It is a complex space. Numerous education programs, numerous behavioural issues. It will require a societal change to the way we all drive on our roads. And it is not one entity or individual. It'll be a broad-based community push that will need to do it. It's not an easy challenge, but we can't keep the trend with the numbers and the fatalities that we're seeing.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Sal, I totally agree, and all I'm suggesting is that local government is part of can be part of the solution by advocating for improvement on the whole process from end to end.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was road safety councillor from 2008 until the last election where that was taken away from me. We used to have a road safety officer here on this council. We used to have Fatality Free Friday where the 3 E's you're talking about, Councillor Kyle, education, engineering and enforcement, and all of those were taken into account with working with Queensland Police Service and others. That has dropped off. We used to go, road safety officer used to go into the high schools. Another thing that has dropped off is also Rider, the Rotary Club, and they haven't got enough volunteers now. They used to run a program out at the racecourse with students from schools. Toowoomba Grammar used to go every year before they went over to schoolies. All these things have dropped off. And I think that they all made a difference since COVID, driver behaviour, impatience, and all those things have happened. LGAQ, and Councillor Rebecca, you would be aware of this, but I sit on the Roads and Transport Advisory. We're very, very, very closely with RACQ, is having a large role in advocating for road safety in this state. And LGAQ, through that group, is working very closely with them. So LGAQ is right over it. It's not, that doesn't need to happen. I think our council needs to step up and put some more work into it. And I think that, you know, I agree with what the CEO has said. It's personal driver behaviour. And if you look at places in Europe, driving is taught in schools before P-platers go out and hit the road. And I think Australia as a nation needs to probably think about that, because you've got a lethal weapon that you're driving. And so there's lots of things around it, but I think that everyone has kind of shoved it back down, if you like, because we're all busy and everything else, and budget restraints, and we couldn't get another road safety officer despite advertising 3 or 4 times. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this space, and it's by a lot of people, not just this council, but LGAQ is quite over it in what they're trying to do. RACQ has stepped up in a large way and are working with the Australian Road Safety Foundation in that space, as are the councils in Queensland. Thank you.
That's very good to know. Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, just briefly, the CEO mentioned work done by yourself, I think, and others with respect to this subject matter over a long period of time. Has there been an examination of road safety measures that have been more successful in other countries than in Australia? And if so, can we learn from that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Shine. It is an interesting question. It is a cultural issue as well, but there are measures. So Australia has adopted a safe systems approach to the way it actually undertakes its approach to design, environment, and all those other issues. And Marie will understand this a lot better than I will. We do take learnings, but and it's quite surprising. It's not always the cohort that you think it is. It's not always the young. We're actually starting to see an increased level of fatalities in the older age groups as well. So it's actually quite across the board. There's been numerous programs being undertaken for the young, and actually a lot of the statistics are indicating that young aren't rushing off to get their licenses. There actually is a delay in some of it, and there's also a different cohort when you look at urban environments to rural environments. So it can't be a one-size-fits-all. It does have to be a targeted one, but the material in the education programs need to be targeted on the platforms and the environments where they exist, okay? So at the moment, as an organisation, we can't use TikTok. We can't use some of the other social media platforms because of current policy positions. As a regulator, I use those platforms. I was able to utilise those platforms, use influencers, and actually start to do programs. So it is a broad discussion that probably does need to have. Yes, they do. Yes, we take learnings from what happens overseas, but you need to put it into, contextualise it into the environment. Driving on an urban road and then coming out and driving on a rural road, a gravel road, a dirt road, none of that is taught through any of the driving lessons that kids go through at the moment. It's 100 based hours. Majority of those in an urban environment is up and down on a freeway or driving to school with your parents. So it does need a broad brush change to the way the whole agenda starts. And it's one aspect, and then you've got infrastructure, but we could talk about this all day, Councillor Shine.
We might just wrap that one up for that subject. There's obviously a lot to talk about, and certainly is top of mind at the moment, being Road Safety Week. Are there any further questions on any other subjects? The motion before us is the Chief Executive Officer monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we will now move to item number 7, which is Anne-Marie. This is your opportunity now to come forward. We appreciate you and all that the Cancer Council Queensland do, in fact. Anne-Marie Donovan is the lead health networks and convening of Cancer Council Queensland regarding the Health Provisional Network. And we welcome you, Anne-Marie, and thank you for all the work that you do. And indeed, thank you for the opportunity for councillors to visit your centre at the top of the range as well. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to talk to you today. So I can talk to you about Cancer Council Queensland and Olive McMahon Lodge here in Toowoomba. Cancer Council Queensland acknowledges the traditional custodians of all the different First Nations across Queensland. We recognise the deep and enduring spiritual connections that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have to country and honour the role that country, community and culture has in sustaining health, hope and healing. Respecting this and working in partnership will improve cancer outcomes, reduce inequities and support culturally safe and respectful and inclusive care. So, first off, our phone number, 13 11 20. It is a national phone line, but anyone can call that number and you will call to our head office in Brisbane. So anyone can call Monday to Friday. In July, it is going to expand to, we've been told, so I'm allowed to say it, to 7 days a week. So anyone can call that number if they want advice, support, information. That will be for health providers. It could be the person who's been impacted by cancer with a diagnosis or their loved ones. And our team who manage that phone line are all health providers. So I just want to give a couple of bits of sobering data to start with. Every year, around 2,090 people in the Darling Downs and South Burnett region are diagnosed with cancer, and of those diagnoses, approximately 280 are for melanoma. Around 640 people in the Darling Downs South Burnett region will pass away from the disease each year. 33,000 Queenslanders are diagnosed with cancer every year. 1 in 2 Queenslanders will be diagnosed with some form of cancer by the age of 85, and 2 in 3 Australians will be diagnosed with some form of skin cancer by 70. So what does your fundraising help with? So today, doing your ABMT event. So we have 3 things that your fundraising goes towards, and that's research, prevention, and support. So I'm just going to very quickly touch on research and prevention. We are incredibly lucky in Queensland to have the Vertil Cancer Research Centre. The Research Centre has projects in cancer survivorship, cancer prevention, childhood cancer, understanding cancer disparities, information and communication, and cancer economics, just to name a few. This led to the development of the Australian Cancer Atlas. If you are ever looking, as a council, for some cancer data for your region, this is where you need to go. The Cancer Atlas will give you data on diagnosis, hospital treatment, risk factors, screening and survival data per postcode across Australia. So there's a couple of resources I'm going to be leaving with council today, and one of them is our a little flyer on melanoma. So we know melanoma is, we have the highest rates of skin cancer in the world here in Queensland. Unfortunately, people in Toowoomba suburbs have an even higher rate of higher than average diagnosis rates of melanoma. So in Newtown, they are 40% above the national average to have melanoma. East Toowoomba and Redwood has 90% above the national average for melanoma. And Toowoomba City has 61% above the national average. So I'm going to be leaving one of these little flyers with you to put maybe in the staff kitchen or somewhere like that. It then led to our prevention program, which looks at the Lifestyle 6 project. So we know 1 in 3 cancers are caused by lifestyle factors. So that led to the creation of the Australian Cancer Atlas, and I'm going to be leaving this one for you as well. Sorry, not the Australian Cancer Atlas, this is the Cancer Risk Calculator. The Cancer Risk Calculator, it looks at your lifestyle factors. As I said, 1 in 3 cancers are caused by our lifestyle factors. So it will look at your smoking, your sun exposure, your alcohol consumption, nutrition, diet, and participation in the 4 screening programs now. It gives you a score out of 100 for each factor, and then tips on what to do to improve your score and reduce your risk. So I encourage you all to do it, get your family to do it, and do it every year. It's very simple and interactive to use. So now I mainly really want to talk about then our support services. So we are so incredibly lucky to have Olive McMahon Lodge here in Toowoomba. So we have our 5 lodges across Queensland, but for Toowoomba, Olive McMahon Lodge, Cancer Council Queensland opened it as an accommodation lodge for people travelling to get treatment in 2012. We have people staying there from Birdsville, Thargomindah, Cunnamulla, Roma, St George, Mundubbera, Kingaroy, Chinchilla, and down south to Tenterfield in New South Wales. Anyone can stay there as long as they're having active treatment. It can be one night if they're coming to see their specialist or follow-up appointment, or however long they're having treatment. So they might be staying for 5 or 6 weeks. They could go home on the weekend if they wish and come back on the Monday, or just stay there. We accept the patient travel subsidy funding, and that's it. And that includes their partner, their family, their carers. It's funded. And just stay at our lodge to access treatment. So there are some patient travel subsidy requirements, which is a 50-kilometre radius. You have to be living at least 50 kilometres from your treatment centre. We are asking you to be friends of Cancer Council Queensland. So if you're ever talking to somebody that needs that accommodation and they might not quite meet the PTSS subsidy requirement, please give us a ring. Some of our councillors have been to our lodge. That invitation is open to all of you at any time if you'd like to come and see our lodge. And then the other big bonus is we do transport. So we know in our regional, rural and remote communities, accommodation and transport are our two biggest barriers for people to access treatment. And over the last 2 years, as I've travelled Queensland, I have heard awful stories where people have not accessed treatment because they didn't know about our accommodation or they didn't know about our transport. I've heard terribly sad stories. So anyone staying at any of our lodges, we take them to their appointments Monday to Friday, and that includes loved ones. So if their loved one has been admitted to hospital, we will also transport their carer loved one to see them. We have home to treatment transport, and I am absolutely delighted to say, unfortunately, Toowoomba hasn't had home to treatment transport, but this July we are. So we've already got a soft launch. So this is the first time that we'll be offering home to treatment transport with a 30-kilometre radius around Toowoomba. We know people do not access treatment even in Toowoomba at times. They cannot get from one side of Toowoomba to either St Andrews for radiation or to Toowoomba Base. We have other treatment transport services. So we have a Caboolture shuttle to Royal Brisbane service. We also have an agreement with Angel Flight that we can get people to our lodges as well. We do emotional support, so we do bulk bill psychology for anyone over 18. That includes loved ones as well. It's not only for the person with the diagnosis. We have nurse cancer counselling. We have a Women's Connect peer support program as well. We also do financial counselling, and that also is for anybody who's been impacted, not only the patient but their loved ones. If you think about the impact on a whole family when one person is unable to go to work, but then their partner or carer is also taking time off work to get them to treatment. So we can provide that support as well. And it's all funded. We also do a free wig and headwear service. So we have a beautiful range and a very large range of wigs for men and for women as well. We have 2 free will services. So the first one, our free will service is for anybody. So we know only 50% of Queenslanders have a will. As soon as anyone turns 18, they should have a will, even if they think they've got nothing to leave. Our free will service is for anyone. They do need to leave a bequest in their will. So if you're talking to community and they say, I can't afford to see a solicitor to get a will, yes, you can, because we do it. Here in Toowoomba, we're very lucky. We have an agreement with Brees Lawyers, but we're always looking for more lawyers to participate in that program. We also have another program called Safe Wills. Now, this is only for somebody with a cancer diagnosis. It will give them a free will and it includes the power of attorney, but that one, like I said, is only for someone with a diagnosis. We have loads of resources and information on our website, including translated resources, and I'd love to just show you Mitzi the Foggle, and I am happy to talk about it a bit later, but Mitzi the Foggle is one of our fantastic resources. It's been translated into a whole range of languages, including Kurdish Kamanji to meet our Toowoomba community, and we are also still working on the first draft for our First Nations version, which will have some beautiful artwork as well. I also just quickly want to touch on Pal Assist. That is a Queensland Health funded program. We've had the contract since 2015 through to 2029. It's a 7-day-a-week, 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. phone support service for anybody who is living with a life-limiting illness. So not only cancer, any life-limiting illness. So it's not just a support service when you're at palliation or end of life, it's living with the life-limiting illness. And that service is also available for the partners and carers. We have our health professional network, of which I'm the lead of that. We do have a monthly newsletter, which you are also welcome to subscribe to if you'd like to stay in touch with what we are providing. I'm just about finished, so I just wanted to give you a little bit of the impact of what fundraising helps with in our Olive McMahon Lodge. So this is our data from last year. So 95% of Cancer Council Queensland funding comes from you. It comes from donors, from fundraisers and from community. So only 5% of our funding comes from government. So your participation in this year's Australia's Biggest Morning Tea will help raise funds to provide this support and research. So last year, the fundraising helped deliver these services at our Olive McMahon Lodge. So this includes an average of 371 nights of accommodation per month. So if you imagine those people that may not have had treatment. And then finally, I've gone through that fairly quickly, so that's good and kept to time. So I am available for any questions if you'd like to ask now or a bit later, but please just anyone you're talking to in the community that's been impacted by cancer in any way, if you could please and just encourage them to just ring 13 11 20. That's all you need to remember. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Round of applause. Brilliant. Are there any questions at all for Anne-Marie? Councillor Trevor.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I have been through Oliver Barn Lodge and you've got a beautiful setup there.
You do.
I am flabbergasted at the figures for East Toowoomba Newtown, 90%, 40% above average.
Yeah. I'll leave you with this.
I am now shit scared. So
That's a technical term.
And I'm happy to share, I love to share stories. So just very quickly, I've worked in general practice all of my career before I came across to Queen's Cancer Council 2 years ago. I'd never had a skin check. So I finally went and had one 2 years ago, exactly 2 years ago. Since then, I've had to use the Effidex cream, which is a chemotherapy type cream, 5 times now on my face and sort of this area here. Had I not gone and had that first skin check, I hate to think where I'd be even now with excisions and scarring on my face. I did have a follow-up appointment just very recently and all clear. I didn't have to use Effidex for the first time in 2 years. So have a skin check.
That's a very good, clear message to finish off with, Anne-Marie. Thank you very much indeed. Councillors, once again, please give Anne-Marie a round of applause. Thank you. What you've done. Could I ask now for someone to adjourn for 30 minutes so we'll return at 20 to 11? Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. 30 minutes. Councillors, we will resume our ordinary meeting of council for the month of May with item number 11, which is the Mayor's monthly report, with items listed as you can see there. Federal budget, a bit of an assessment there. Quinlow State School 125 Toowoomba Running Festival, advocacy for Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, advocacy for Condamine Aluminium, and you saw a letter attached in regard to that. TSBE Enterprise Evening, which the CEO mentioned, World City Summit in June, Toowoomba Mayoral Prayer Breakfast. They're the items that are there, and you've also note that there is a couple of attachments. One I've mentioned, which is a letter from the Senator Honourable Murray Watt, Minister for Environment and Water, regarding the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, and a second letter from the Honourable Jared Blay, Deputy Premier, Minister for State Development, Infrastructure Planning and Minister for Industrial Relations. Councillors, any questions in regard to the report? Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. I did forward you 2 questions. I've actually got 4, if that's okay. So you can answer the first 2 and then I've got another 2. So my first 2 are in relation to the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project. Following the advice that the project is ineligible under the National Water Grid Fund, what alternative funding pathways are now considered the most viable, please?
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa, and as we will discuss this as well as a group to look at and identify opportunities. I guess one thing I would mention, and thank you for the question, in the attachment, and if I could refer councillors to the last paragraph before the thank you for your correspondence, there's a sentence which starts with the second sentence, however, certain types of projects are out of scope for the National Water Grid Fund investment, including those being undertaken for routine maintenance or refurbishment without betterment. As per previous advice provided on this matter, correspondence 11th of October 2023 and 11th of June 2024, says Mount Departments, my department's advice remains current, with these projects ultimately the responsibility of state and territory governments to manage within their jurisdictions. We were given some insight or intel to continue on this path for seeking for National Water Grid funding. Clearly, it's the opinion of the Minister that this doesn't quite fit that. Now, maybe we are, of a different mind in regard to the routine maintenance. One would think this wouldn't be routine maintenance. And in fact, it is betterment, because the very nature of a safety improvement project is betterment. It's not to put it back to where it was. And that's why we've gone down this path. Now, clearly we need to do more work there. The federal government announcement of reduction in funding in this grant opportunity also puts any advantage in jeopardy that we could lean into that. However, there was a couple of other funding announcements from the federal government that were new this time round that weren't in the past. And therefore, although they may not fit, or this project may not fit those, it may well assist other programs of work that we have, capital programs of work. So as a collective, we need to turn our minds, and the operational team turn our minds to the amount that we've asked from the federal government, $80 million. Do we have projects that amount to that amount that actually fit by way of definition from a federal government funding scheme? Keeping in mind that they would also be competitive, and therefore you're against all. And I guess I raised the $2 billion housing investment fund that the CEO mentioned, and 500 million of those to regional Australia. When you can consider there's 566 local governments across the nation, $2 billion spread amongst those is just over $3.2 million. Not a lot of money in the scheme of things. So we need to look at every possible avenue we can. And that might mean projects that we've asked for. The other ask that we had in the budget was around $30 million for the sports park, Toowoomba Region Sports Park. Now, some of the precinct planning and funding that's available there, that might be somewhere that we can go. So I think it's a case of we need to almost let the dust settle a little bit, keeping in mind that it's always probably of our shared understanding that we actually do fit the eligibility of the National Water Grid Fund based on the project that it is. However, there's a different view of the minister. So we need to keep knocking on doors, and we do, and that's why we pushed again for the National Water Grid funding with some advice that we should be eligible. So therefore, in answer to your question, I know it's a long answer, but I wanted to highlight that paragraph as to why we feel we are eligible and should be eligible, keeping in mind now the latest budget announcement of funding reduction on the National Water Grid. So therefore, I think as a nation, the water infrastructure costs, which are huge across every local government, are massive. There is a real shortfall in funding to go to water projects. They're massive. The upside of what we are doing as a local government should be an example to the federal government that large projects, aka the Melbourne and Brisbane Rail, we've actually leaned into this. It's mandatory to do it. We know we have to do it. We're actually not turning away from it. We're getting it done. It's a massive project for our community to undertake. Thankfully, with $54 million from the state government, which we then have leveraged into the federal government, and we'll keep doing that as a shared responsibility. So it's not all down to our ratepayers, who are taxpayers as well.
Thank you.
We keep pushing hard, I guess. That's the answer.
Absolutely, thank you. So this lack of federal funding, does it create any risk to project timing, affordability or future delivery staging?
Of the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, at this stage, it does not. We keep pushing ahead. That said, we need to be mindful of all the other projects that we have got on.
Yeah.
Some of those, if funding isn't received, may be slowed or may pause for the time being until that project done if we don't get funding.
Yep.
That's what we've done with so many projects to get this done, and our community, unfortunately, has felt the effects of that.
That's right, exactly.
And so that's why federal funding is so important.
And this isn't. This is just to follow up on that. So the week of the National General Assembly, is that a sitting week? Do we know? It is. So is it possible to organise a meeting with Murray Watt ASAP so we get in to see him and say what you just said face to face?
Yeah, no, I've actually said that to him
Okay,
face to face as well.
Good.
His door has indentations on it, and they'll continue though, because that's what we need to do.
Yep.
And both Deputy Mayor and myself will be doing that, and hopefully we can. Mind you, as I said, there's 566 councils, National Assembly. It's pretty hard to get in at that time. It's often better to do on either side or at another time. But we still hold hope that our community won't be left behind. And unfortunately, with the announcement of the not stopped but not funded inland rail, we feel like we have been in some way left behind. And from a regional Australia perspective, that's also felt.
Yeah.
So we need to press our case strongly.
Thank you. So my next two questions are about advocacy, and the CEO mentioned the Tisby Enterprise Evening that was at Parliament House. So with that, there was a lot of talk about fuel security for our region. Is Council considering a more formal advocacy position around regional freight and fuel resilience?
I might just comment on that first, Sal, and then you might just let councillors know what you've been doing as an organisation internally in regard to fuel, because there's a lot of work being done there. From a freight, this is a really important one for us, and more important now because of the inland rail. Yep. Mind you, there's been crickets from inland rail up until the last 6 months when EIS started to regenerate itself. From a Darling Downs South West Councillor Mayor's perspective, the freight corridors through there are so critically important to get product. So as a collective, and that's where you get greater strength, that's one of our priorities, which is around that freight movement and corridor. Similar to what has been done in central Queensland around freight routes, the same conversation we're having. And we've got our next meeting is in July in Gundawindi, where it'll again be on the table so that we can get some policy and advocacy around what that looks like for us. It's now become more urgent because of that announcement, to be honest.
Right.
So that's the process.
Well, there's 6,000 heavies on our roads, and that will only increase with no inland rail. There's the issues with the Bremer Bridge, and I've been told that it costs more to get freight from Toowoomba to Brisbane than what it does Brisbane to China. Let me say that again. Toowoomba to Brisbane is more expensive than Brisbane to China. That is outrageous. And, you know, it is critical that these freight corridors and this rail happens for our region, because you just can't keep sustaining that, you know, and we feed the nation, we power the nation, and our region deserves better roads, and it also deserves an inland rail for our freight. This is outrageous. So
We also clothe most of the nation as well.
and we clothe most of the nation too. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So the work's being done there, but I wouldn't mind the CEO just commenting on fuel in regard to
Thank you.
council and the process that we're going through there. So, if you're comfortable to do that.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, as I mentioned at, I think, our last catch-up, the organisation is doing a lot of work to really get on top of what and how we would manage the implications of fuel moving from the current national level 2 stage to either stage 3 or 4. If we were to move to a level 4 stage, well, that would probably be a case where the federal government would basically step in and give clarity around what can and can't move and who and shouldn't move, and the work that Councillor Rebecca is doing with ALGA in ensuring that local governments are recognised as an essential service is really, really critical, because that will give us the clarity that we need to be able to continue to undertake those critical functions. So internally, we are understanding what our current monthly fuel demand is across our business to understand the services that we undertake on behalf of the community. That's giving us the clarity around what our supplies are. We have the ability to hold somewhere between 4 to 6 weeks of supply across the region. And in essence, what we are doing is working backwards. So when I mean working backwards, if we were to move to a level 4, what were the critical services that we would need to run and undertake to ensure that the community and the city remains and the region remains safe? That then allows us to understand the utilisation and how long that supply would be undertaken. That then follows through to the development of branch-specific business continuity plans and the way we would deploy them. So a lot of work across the organisation, Mayor, is being done. Hopefully we don't need to trigger level 4. But the amount of uncertainty that probably sits in this space is something that not only council is having to deal with, but state governments as well. Current indication from the federal government is that there's around 44 days of supply. They are opening new channels and linkages. I think one of the things that we're also watching is where will the new base price sit? And there's a view being considered in the organisation that it won't revert back to what it was, that there will probably be a creep, and that creep will have implications to not only the broader community, but the way this organisation delivers its programs of work, which we will then review and consider.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's not just the here and now, today, tomorrow, the next 4 to 6 weeks. It's really the next 6, 8, 10, 12 months, 2 years, because we have farmers in our region that aren't planting because they don't have fertiliser. Fuel is scarce or becoming scarcer and more expensive. So if they're not planting, then there's consequences. They're not coming in to buy. The farmers aren't producing the food, but they're also not buying the new tractor, they're not buying the cars, you know, there's all of those implications for our local economy as well, and our small businesses. Our small businesses, you know, 75, 80% of the businesses in our region, and if they're relying on the farmer and that's not being produced, then the consequences for our small businesses is dire. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. Any other questions? We'll go to the Mayor report. Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Mayor. Knocking on doors in Canberra. What doors are you going to be knocking on? Murray Watt, obviously, if you can.
I'd like to keep that as part of a conversation that we have where we can all have some input in, but there's the obvious ones, clearly.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Would sit in our area.
Part 2, Jared's response regarding the gas. We've got this moratorium in place from TRC. How much weight does that really have with him, and how the outcome of that whole gas saga unfolds?
Councillor Trevor, I guess today was about just putting an inclusion of what the response was. There was a request to put an application or put a submission in. We reinforced the council decision, and that's the response from Jared, which clearly says that they're going through a process for approvals.
I believe there's, from what I've read, whether you can believe what you read in the press or whatever, there has been some changes, so we'll see what the outcome is long term, I guess.
Sure. Okay, thank you. If there's no further questions, the motion is that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we move then to item number 12, which is the officers' report, of which there is one today, which is the report of the Audit Committee meeting from the 4th of March 2026. Sal, this is down for you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take the report as read, and if there's just any questions, it's just really a summary of the minutes from the last Audit Committee meeting.
Thanks very much, Sal. There's recommendations in there as well. We've got our next Audit Committee. Sorry?
Mayor, I will probably update the room. As a result of Jade Gardner's appointment to the Empire Theatre Board, she has resigned from the Audit Committee, which is good governance practices. I will be chatting to the chair of the Audit Committee as to a process to seek a replacement at our next meeting.
Very good. And our next meeting is the 3rd of June, so it's not too far away. Councillor Tim?
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Sal. I just wanted to pick up on item 10 of the committee report concerning reports on lost or stolen property at council. Is there anything that would need to be reported to this board in a timely manner, or?
Councillor, I will, through you, Mayor, I'll probably have to take that on notice, Councillor Tim,
Thank you.
and I'll come
Just
back to you.
If there's a need, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Noted.
Very good. Any further councillors' questions? Or questions, councillors even? Councillors' questions or questions, councillors? It's the same. Happy to move. Councillor Rebecca moves the motion that the report of the Audit Committee meeting held on 4th of March 2026 be received and the recommendations be adopted. Seconder, Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we move then to item number 13, matters for which notice has been given, of which there are no items. However, we move to item number 14, which is any other business council determines by resolution, including to be included in the agenda paper. And Councillor Melissa, you've got something to bring forward, and thank you for sending that through last evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to put a motion that I bring a motion to the meeting this morning, please.
Okay, we might just explain what that motion is.
Yep, you're happy for me to go? Thank you.
Oh, we'll explain what it is and then we'll go to the vote whether we bring it forward.
Yes, thank you. So as I sent correspondence to all councillors last night, including CEO and General Manager Anne-Marie, that the motion basically is that we have a 12-month rolling financial forecast report at our ordinary meeting every month.
Thank you. So that's the discussion and motion that's being brought forward. However, the first part, now that you know what this is, the motion is that in accordance with best practice example standing orders for local government and standing committee meetings, March 2024, permission be granted to consider at this meeting a motion regarding a 12-month rolling financial forecast. Can I have someone move? Moved by Councillor Gary, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Those against? No, motion carried. Thank you. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So my notice is that Council 1 requests the Chief Executive Officer to incorporate a 12-month rolling financial forecast into the monthly financial reporting presented at the ordinary meeting of Council. 2, ensures the forecast clearly identifies and quantifies the projected impacts on cash flow, operating position and capital delivery, including A, the financial implications of emerging risks and external pressures, such as fuel price volatility, supply chain disruptions, and economic shocks. B, the source of any funding differentials arising from such events, including how these impacts are to be absorbed across operational budgets, capital programs, reserves, or future financial years. And C, sensitivity analysis where appropriate to support informed and timely strategic decision-making by Council.
Happy for you to go to the reasons.
Thank you. So the reasons for the motion: as a council, we are increasingly operating in an environment defined by uncertainty and rapid change. Events such as fuel supply disruptions, cost escalations and global crises like pandemics have demonstrated how quickly external factors can impact our financial position. While current financial reporting provides a snapshot in time and also lag indicators, it does not fully capture the forward-looking consequences of decisions made today and, in fact, highlight lead indicators. A 12-month rolling forecast will strengthen governance and decision-making by providing councillors with greater visibility of Council's financial trajectory. It will enable more proactive responses to emerging risks and support improved financial sustainability. Importantly, this approach will also provide greater transparency and accountability around how financial pressures are managed when they arise. In periods of disruption, it is critical that Council clearly understands where the financial differential is absorbed, whether through operational adjustments, changes to capital delivery, use of reserves, or impacts on future budgets. This level of insight supports more informed, responsible decision-making and ensures Council is better equipped to manage financial sustainability in a changing environment. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Gary. Are there any questions in regarding the motion that's been put forward? Councillor Kerry, then Councillor Bill.
Yeah, no,
the motion is now on the table, by the way. Councillor Kerry.
No, thanks, Chair. I just would like to direct a question probably to the GM or the CEO, but as to the practicalities involved in preparation of such a report on a monthly basis and its worthwhileness from the point of view of those individuals.
Well, I'll start, if that's okay, Mayor, and then GM Emery can answer. Thank you, Councillor Shine, and thank you, Councillor Melissa. I'd probably like to take this away and actually understand what would need to be done. Some of the things that Councillor Melissa is putting on the table are already reported in our financial statements. I think the sensitivity analysis is a very good suggestion, and it's something that I'm definitely keen to look at. But to answer your question, Councillor Shine, I'd probably need to take this away, sit with Anne-Marie and the team and just work through how the forecast would come into play, noting that we've taken a position now that once we've locked the budget is locked and we report against original budget. So some of the implications or aspects that Councillor Melissa has raised would be reporting against the impact on budget. In terms of some of those emerging pressures, I suppose there's some of the challenges because if we have locked the budget, we would then need to make some decisions and the room would need to make some decisions around what programs we would stop or not stop. So I'd probably, if the room allows, time to consider the motion that's been put forward, what we can deliver and how we would report separately to the current financial reporting that's been provided to the room. If that answers your question, Councillor Shine.
May I respond?
Sorry, Councillor Melissa.
To that, yeah. Thank you. And CEO Sal, that's exactly what you've just said is exactly why I want this, or I would like this, because we do lock our budgets in, and that's every business does that. But as a business person, and when I was running a trucking company and when I was running retail businesses before that, you can budget and you can, without a crystal ball in front of you, you don't know what the next 12 months is going to be or the next 24 months is going to be. When you have a pandemic that comes or you have a fuel crisis and you have to make those decisions today because, you know, and also being a small business owner today as well, if the price of fuel goes through the roof and it costs me double to get my wine deliveries to a wine bar then I actually then have to make decisions about what consequences those decisions have on my next 6 months and my next 12-month cash flow. So therefore, I then need to make informed decisions about, well, do I cut my delivery in half, or do I try and write it out, or what does that look like for my purchasing power 6 months down the track? Now, if I don't have a 12-month rolling financial forecast, then I really don't understand what the implications of that decision today is going to have on my budget and my profit and loss and my balance sheet in 6 months or 12 months' time. So for me, it's really trying to understand the impact of the decisions I make today on that cash flow, because cash is king. And if we don't have strong enough cash flow, and if we don't make the decisions properly today on an informed basis, then I could lose my business because I haven't understood the impacts on my cash flow in 6 months or 12 months. So exactly what you just said, we do have our budget set for 12 months, but we don't know what those impacts of a sudden fuel crisis or a pandemic will have on cash flow. And that's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, I might respond to that. We do, because we actually report the impacts through the budget on a monthly basis. So if there is a spike in fuel consumption, you'll see that through the monthly reporting, because there'll be a higher expenditure in that particular line item. So we do capture that for you now. I think some of the things that you're referring to are probably the aspects that might be outside of our control. Now, we still do have the 10-year financial forecast, so that gives you your long-term forecast. So I suppose what I'm saying, I'd like time to consider how we can supplement or augment the current level of reporting that we give you, to give you that extra piece of information that we're probably not providing at this point in time. And what I need to do is chat with Anne-Marie and the finance team as the best way to do that, to give you that clarity, Councillor Melissa, so you can see the things that you've asked for. I don't want to just do another report if I haven't responded to your question. I'd like the time to take it away and give you the right outcomes, because I think if we land it properly, it should be beneficial. GM Anne-Marie,
Anne-Marie, did you want to? I just note that Councillor Melissa said that she'd had a conversation with you, so you've
We
obviously
did.
given some thought.
Thank you. We did discuss this last month. There are a couple of challenges with the request, and I support the CEO's suggestion that we take it offline and work how we go through. One thing with absorbing shocks, so we're subject to an annual credit review from Queensland Treasury Corporation, and our current credit rating indicates that we are in a strong financial position and a strong enough position to absorb financial shocks, and that's why we go through that credit rating. We report on cash, and I agree with what Councillor Melissa has said in relation to cash. We report on our cash holdings every month and where the cash is in a confidential attachment. So our cash balance is strong and healthy. The budget is our forward forecasting tool, and as the CEO said, the long-term financial forecast is the 10 years. So to forecast in 12 months' time, based on now, we have to adopt the budget first, so that would present a challenge. But very happy to work with Councillor Melissa and the CEO on addressing the requests.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Now, we did have another question from Councillor Bill.
I think it's probably been answered through you, Chair, to the CEO. My question was, how much conversation have you had directly with Councillor Melissa about this? I think you've sort of indicated, but anyway, has there been some dialogue here other than with the GM? Yeah. I would have thought this would have been a topic for the whole of the room to be involved in a discussion.
Well, Councillor Melissa's just put forward the motion now. She's had some discussions with Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie's given me an initial brief. My response still stands. Yeah. We would need some time to review, to give you, as a room, the best possible reporting, so you ensure that all the financial information that's required is available to you to make your decisions.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a 5-minute discussion, it was
hang
actually a
on.
2-hour discussion in Anne-Marie's
Hang on,
office.
hang on, point of order.
You on, no, Councillor Carl.
If need be, I'd suggest an alternate motion that we let it lie on the table until such times as the CEO and the General Manager can bring back a brief to us on how we might step through with elements. I'm not saying it's good, bad or otherwise, but it'd be good to understand in its entirety what some of those implications may or may not be. So if that's required as an alternate motion.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. I recall this same conversation we had last month in the meeting. And I think you raised it at that point, Councillor Melissa. So there has been some conversation to get to this point, I'd suggest. So
I'm bringing myself up to speed.
yeah, no, that's all right. That's okay. But I would say that I've certainly heard, as we've all heard from the GM and the CEO, about the willingness to try and do something, but it's just making sure we've got the data and what we need to do. So there is definitely a will to accommodate the request, but how it looks like is the thing. Councillor Tim, you had a question?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Melissa, for bringing this forward. I suppose I need a few questions answered. The first one, Sal, we set a budget every year and the board's job is to work to the budget. In your opinion, and this is asking for advice, is by wanting to know the cash flow rolling forecast that is absorbed by the officers through a variety of means every month, is that more of an operational outcome rather than a strategic, or is it within our bounds of this board?
No, definitely. At a strategic level, having an understanding around where cash flow is definitely a responsibility of this room, very much so. There's two separate things. You give me a budget and I administer and I work to that budget. I work with ebbs and flows within the budget and I report to you how we're trending against that budget on a monthly basis.
Correct.
The forward-looking information is very much the responsibility of this room, because that sets the strategic direction. So that discussion should be occurred.
Yeah, but as far as this purchasing power and monthly, you know,
well, all of those
things
things, because what Councillor Melissa is asking us to do is look at the externalities that are known or potentially forecast to may affect. Now, that is the crystal ball stuff that's hard, but we know that we're moving into an environment where some of the consistencies around fuel is going to be different, right? So that's going to have some of that stuff. So some of the questions that I think Councillor Melissa is asking us to do, I'm not opposed to. What I'm saying is, can you give me the time to give consideration as to how we construct the financial reports to not compromise on the financial reporting that's required under the Act around the budget, but then also have a section of that report that looks at some of that forward-looking cost base and some of those externalities that may have an impact, which ultimately would become a strategic decision of this room.
Yeah, no, thank you. Next question. What I was going to say, this crystal ball idea that we don't know what's coming up in 6 months. How do your officers have the crystal ball that we're asking them to have?
Well, there's analysis, there's data. The sensitivity analysis piece is something that's worthwhile considering. And I have worked in an environment where we do a sensitivity analysis. But if you look at some of the economic projections that will either come from the Reserve Bank, the large big fours, you've got Access Economics, there is data out there that we should be consuming, that we should be doing our own internal analysis to determine the implications of those external pressures on the forward cost base of this organisation.
So do we do all that?
I'd defer that question to my GM.
We do all that now, don't we? Thank you.
Sorry. Councillors, we review cash flows every morning and every evening. And so the week where rates are due, so that'll be next week, there will be a full cash flow analysis done every morning and every evening.
Thank you.
So it seems, as an assessment, the organisation is quite happy to look at what measures we can have on there. And Councillor Melissa, not putting words into your mouth, however, it looks like we're chasing lead indicators rather than lag indicators. So could I suggest potentially a motion that council receive a report for the next financial year to run monthly with a focus on lead indicators that the organisation can report to each month. And that way it might give flexibility for the operational team to chat with yourself and others.
Certainly, Mr Mayor, because I remember last term, that is exactly what I asked for last term. And it never arose. So this was my next option, because we as a business need to know that, and strategically we as a board need to see that. You know, we sit here in this room and rightly we see what's happened in the past and we see those lag indicators, but the lead indicators are just as important for strategic decision making. And that those lead indicators I spoke about frequently last term and requested and never got them. So this was my next iteration of that. So I'm very happy for that to happen under a new CEO. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the books, but I'm happy if you're of the mind, because from my perspective, there's really nothing changed. It's just compressing it down to that council receive a report with a focus on lead indicators at our monthly meeting from the Corporate Services Group for the 26-27 financial year. Is that it? I'm trying to encapsulate
Well,
what it
it's
says.
not exactly the same, because the cash flow is really important for a business and for us strategically to make decisions around this table. We do need to understand the implications on our cash flow when decisions are made, but that's a very good start, so I'll be happy with that. Thank you.
Well, we can certainly have, which includes cash flow within that, because cash flow needs the lead indicators to determine what the cash flow is. We'll just, let's put it up there, and if you're happy with it, if it's close enough to what the motion is, I'm happy for you and your seconder, which was Councillor Gary, to replace the motion with this one, if it's close enough to what you think it is. Here we go, it's on the screen. Thanks, Deanne. That a monthly report including lead indicators and cash flow be presented. No, okay, so not quite right. Yeah, no, we'll work through that as a change, that you don't need the first monthly.
Can I
take the first monthly out? We'll get this. The report including lead indicators and cash flow be presented as part of the monthly financial performance statement. So that encompasses both elements of what that looks like, though, CEO and GM. That's up to you to come back to us for a discussion.
I was just going to suggest, if you replace cash flow with sensitivity analysis, because sensitivity analysis is more than cash flow. So the only suggestion would be lead indicators and sensitivity analysis rather than cash flow. Because that gives you a more strategic focus. Cash flow is very specific.
Comfortable with that? And then the CEO will come back with us before we get to the end of this financial year as to what that looks like for next financial year. Are you all comfortable? Councillor Gary, are you comfortable with that change to the motion? Okay, so we do have a mover and a seconder. Are there any questions in regard to that? If not, no need to sum up, there's no debate. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, we move then to item number 15. Sorry? Oh, well, we're about to close the meeting, so thank you. Motion to close the meeting, and the reasons for the motion are simply for item 16.1, which is a confidential Toowoomba to Warwick pipeline update. The reason for closing the meeting for that is this report discusses commercial matters relating to Council's participation in the Toowoomba to Warwick pipeline project, and therefore it is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3G. Negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government of Local Government Regulation 2012. The second confidential item that will be discussed will be the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report for May 2026. And the reasons for the closing of the meeting: this report concerns industrial matters affecting employees, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals, and legal advice, and therefore it is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with sections 254J3B, industrial matters affecting employees, E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government, and F, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or group of individuals of local government regulation. Therefore, the motion is that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3 of Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider the matters I've mentioned. Someone happy to move? Moved by Councillor James, second by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, we are back online, councillors. So the first item, that was a confidential item, was the Toowoomba to Warwick pipeline update. The motion is that council notes the Toowoomba to Warwick pipeline project update and the Chief Executive Officer's intention in exercising delegations to ensure the project continues to meet council's requirements. Moved by councillor Rebecca, seconded by councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. The second of which is confidential was the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report for May 2026. The motion is the council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice. Moved by councillor Trevor, seconded by councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, before we move to the group reports, we may adjourn and return at 1 p.m. So I could ask someone to move to adjourn. Moved by councillor Trevor, seconded by councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We'll return at 1 p.m. Thank you. Councillors, we will resume the meeting for the month of May, the ordinary meeting of Council, and we move to the group reports, which is item number 17 on your agendas, and the first of which is 17.1, which is the Planning and Development Group Report, and in Ed Johnson's leave, very pleased to welcome Joe Kirkwood to come forward as acting GM for the moment. Thanks, Joe. Welcome to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. I'll take the report as read, but I'd just like to highlight a couple of the notable ones out of the group report, particularly just the body of work which has been done with the planning scheme team to date. So just a big thanks to the councillors in terms of being engaged in those information sessions. It's been quite intensive over the better part of a month, as well as our internal departments around the consultation on the planning scheme. And then just one other shout out for my substantive branch, just around the young planners as well. So they were quite had contributed on a video reel competition with the Planning Institute of Australia, which is our national body for the profession, where they took out the top prize on that as well. So great success for them, and it allowed us to actually send 2 of our young planners to Congress this year, which was great.
Well done. Well done.
Thanks. And I'm happy to take any questions to the report. Thanks, councillors.
Thanks very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Any questions? Councillor Tim. Councillor Melissa. Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Joe. 4 questions, if I might. And, well, it was late night reading, so I didn't give them to you on notice, but you'll be all over it. Can you just talk to me about, we've got the reinforced concrete pipes, and we've got the fibre reinforced cement. And we don't like one as much as the other, but we're still using the one we don't like and we can't get either. Can you just talk to me about how that's affecting business, and are we going to look at policy planning changes in regard to them, noting my knowledge of pipes is non-existent?
Thank you, councillor, and through the chair. I'd probably share your thoughts that my knowledge is quite limited as well. So if I could take that question on notice. Yeah, or unless GM Jake is able to speak to that one at all. Otherwise, I'll take that on notice.
Apart from it's a bit of a hollow subject, pipes, but I think it does. Again, it's a preference around obviously the structural integrity of those pipes and where they're used. While there might not be, there is always a better preference for longevity, and the concrete reinforced, or sorry, the fibre reinforced pipe doesn't have quite as long as longevity. However, they can be used in those same circumstances. So it's about achieving an equitable result, noting that there is constraints within the market at the moment. So that's sort of where everything's pipes in the water space.
Next question.
Well, in the follow-up, I just wondered, the Brisbane City and Sunshine Coast are allowing it. Are we going to be looking at policy change? Love a conversation on that.
Well, I might enter that. So we have done an exploration as to whether we would utilise the fibre composite pipes. Brisbane is not widely using it. It is using it in some circumstances. The advice that the organisation has provided me at the moment is that we would not move to a wholesale utilisation of this particular type of pipe, Councillor Tim, but we continue to look at innovation that could assist us in the way we manage our asset base moving forward.
Love it. You're all over it. Thank you. Second question. I'm intrigued by the community benefits agreement, and I think that's a tremendous thing that we're doing, working with the state government. I just wanted to pick up. So the first paragraph of page 4 talks about a legally robust template to support execution of council's first agreement. So are we signing our first agreement, or is that just ready for?
I'll take that one as well, if that's okay. So we are working with the proponent on this particular matter, which is one that's also being shared with Western Downs. The proponent had offered that they would pay for our legal costs. So both Western Downs and Toowoomba Regional Councils have engaged King & Co. The reason we are engaging King & Co is to get a robust agreement that's acceptable not only to Toowoomba but also to the proponent, Councillor Tim. That work is progressing, and we are on schedule to hopefully have that first round endorsed before the end of the month, which will allow the proponent to then lodge the DA with the state to start the ball rolling. We are focusing on setting the bar high, not too high that we discourage, but we do want to set the standard in our CBA that does deliver the best possible outcomes to the community over that 30-year lifetime.
Love it. Thank you for the answer. Would be great to see some community benefit from the community benefit agreement. So thank you.
So sorry, just on that, the first round of community benefits in relation to Millmerran has been announced. The Donville Place has been announced. So that's one of the first that we're seeing.
Thank you. Joe, third question. The SEQ City Deals, Toowoomba Railway Parklands, is in this report, and that's been on and off like a light switch through my whole time in this chair. Are there any significant updates that we should be aware of moving forward?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Chair, I believe GM Marie might be able to provide some additional response.
Yeah, we have been working with the state and federal government, and we're out to market now for a consultant to actually start moving forward with the business case and early works for actually starting work on doing the work. Federal government have agreed to pass on the first $2 million of the payment, which is part of their contribution to Railway Parkland. So I think even in this last 6 months there's been considerable movement. We've got agreed messaging and we've got a deal signed in terms of how we're moving forward.
That's really good to know. I'd be excited to see the progress on that. Thanks for putting in the report. Final question, if I might, when I find it. It was around the sports park at Charlton. Oh yeah, the local government infrastructure designation and significant statutory milestones were achieved. Usually that means the officers have been working and they've been liaising with the state government. Is there anything that this room should be aware of as far as significant statutory milestones achieved?
Thank you, Councillor. And through the Chair, what I can do there is take it on notice in terms of actually giving a bit more guidance in terms of the overall statutory process, where we are actually up to in that, unless...
So just probably to add to that, Council will remember that at the last meeting we had this discussion where we advised that the work had been completed. I think what Ed or the team have put is that we've now lodged it for future gazettal. So we're moving to the next stage of that process, Councillor Tim.
Thank you for your answers. No further questions.
Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Joe. The state government is increasingly using ministerial infrastructure designations, or MIDs. The report lists multiple social housing, education, hospital and emergency services projects progressed via state designation pathways. And I believe that this has governance and planning implications for council's local planning influence. So my two questions are, with this increasing use of ministerial infrastructure designations, how does council ensure strong local planning outcomes and community input are maintained? And two, is there growing pressure on local infrastructure and services from state facilitated developments?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. And through the Chair, so just around the ministerial infrastructure designations, so there's been quite recent improvements in terms of how we communicate with that team. So we've started to establish better communication lines and also expectations on how we're responding on those matters. So what happens through the process effectively is a proponent does come through for pre-lodgement requests with council in advance of the MID. And we effectively do an assessment as it stands against our planning scheme, so to make sure that it is capturing relevant planning considerations to our region. So we're undertaking that assessment in addition to the state's assessment. We're only effectively an entity who's providing submission on that, so we can't direct certain conditions to be included or certain aspects, but we can advocate that they get proper consideration. One of the discussions which have come through with the discussions with the MIDS team is us being very explicit in terms of what are the higher interests of us in terms of making sure that they're captured in those assessments. So there's an initial period there with the pre-lodgement, but then there's also the formal lodgement, and then there's an opportunity for council to make formal submission on it as well. In terms of the community's input, so that's not something we facilitate as the assessment manager on that. That's for the state government to prescribe in terms of how that needs to be undertaken. But generally, we would provide adjoining landowner details so that they can engage with those property owners. And they're afforded the same submission period, effectively, what council is given to give comment on the MIDs back to the assessing team from the state. Just in relation to your second question around the growing pressures on local infrastructure and services, so probably just to clarify with the state facilitated development, so that's another pathway which had originally been brought in by the former Labor government and then got mothballed for a period there under the change of government. But again, that's been reassessed in terms of that as another pathway for applicants to make an application direct to the state where they're the assessment authority. But what has come down through, I think it was around March where it was declared that that's a pathway that's getting afforded again, is that it actually requires the local government to give endorsement before that can actually be declared. So in those instances, we would assess whether it's actually in council's interest or the community interest for something to be put through a state facilitated development pathway as opposed to council being the assessment authority and being the ultimate decision maker. So, and that's where we can provide proper consideration around infrastructure servicing.
Yep. Very good. Thank you, Joe. Any further questions? Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Thank you for this, Joe. On that last page of the report with regard to the MIDs, in previous, about, 6 weeks ago, when the General Manager released some figures about the number of development approvals for lots and how many had been completed versus those approved, the numbers didn't include the MIDs and the social housing, social and affordable housing. And when I look at this list, we've got the ones that are happening in Rockville, Glenvale, East Toowoomba, a couple in Newtown and so on. But there's no numbers next to them so that we've got any visibility of how many residences are actually included in those MIDs. Is it possible even to just not get a separate anything, but to update the table just so that in brackets we've got some visibility of how many additional residences are coming on board with some of these MIDs? That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, happy to supplement the future versions of this report to include an additional table, additional column.
Whatever's the easiest way to display it. Thank you. Questions, Councillor Bill?
Actually, along the lines of what Councillor Melissa and Councillor Becker have raised, the broader impacts. If you look at what's on the page in front of us there, Highlands Christian College campus.
Sorry, I've got a conflict if you're going to discuss it.
Oh, no, it's just an example. It'd be nice to know those because what the extent of that expansion is, because that equates to traffic movements on the highway, which creates issues for us in the broader network. So it'd be that for us future planning and our future advocacy for North-South Corridor, that's the sort of stuff that if we capture that, then we've got some factual data to say, well, this has been the increase across our networks, our infrastructure networks. And, any good planning application should be able to indicate how many traffic movements that'll equate to, as an example. Yeah, that'd be great.
Take that as a comment, Councillor Carl, if that's okay. Any further questions for Acting GM Joe? If not, the motion before us is quite simply that the Planning and Development Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Joe. Then move to item 17.2, councils, which is the Water and Waste Services Group report for the month of May. And welcome back to the speaking position, GM Jake Passier. Welcome, Jake.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. I'm pleased to present the group report for Water and Waste Services for April 2026. Happy to take the report as read and answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much, Jake. Questions, Councillor? Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for the report, Jake. And yours is the only question I didn't send earlier, so my apologies. I note that the report states continued investment will be required to meet future state diversion targets. So I'm happy for you to take this on notice, but what are currently considered the biggest barriers to improving diversion rates?
Thank you, councillor, and you did send the question through early, so we did have some time to get to it. That's okay. We don't sleep at Water and Waste, so it's all good. In relation to your question, councillor, the three main components for diversion is education's probably the biggest, and it's about making sure that we inform the community about where they should be putting their waste. The next one's access. So obviously if there's access or ability to put something, once you know what bin it should be into the right bin. And then the third component is infrastructure, so making sure that our infrastructure again is available and the networks are there so that when people do know what to do and do the right thing, that we can ensure that waste is diverted from landfill. So we have significant investment in the education space. We're working through with a plan, looking to try and develop materials to enable the education of young people and youth through either school systems or other opportunities. Through that access space, again, it's about stewardship, making sure that we've got bins, harmonising of bins and those sort of bits and pieces, and then obviously facilities, talking about the types of facilities infrastructure that we're looking at for council to consider investing in as part of the up and coming waste strategy, and all of those components are folded into what is proposed for council's waste strategy.
Follow up, if I may. Thank you. So, Jake, the state levy, we wait with bated breath for the state budget when it comes down next week, a couple of weeks' time, sorry. So the state waste levy has a huge impost on our budget, and diversion rates are the only tools or levers that we can pull to bring that down. The $4.5 million difference has that's a 3% rate rise right there. So it's a real concern for us and our community. And I know we've got an education officer, which we're very grateful for, and I see great benefit in having Melissa, and she only started in February or March this year. So I know it's probably a little bit early, but possibly before the end of the year, it'd be great to have a briefing with Melissa to meet the rest of the team, but also to understand what her plans are in this space going forward, because the diversion and our waste facilities are going to cost our community a lot of money if we don't start to make an indent with our diversion rates, and we are behind on state targets. So I think it's really important that we understand the implications of that. So I think a briefing from Melissa and her thoughts of where she's heading would be very beneficial. Thanks.
Absolutely not a problem. We'll have a briefing organised, I guess, just for sequencing for councillors' awareness. It'll be likely after the waste strategy, and then subsequently the education plan will be informed by the waste strategy, and we'll definitely have a briefing.
Very good. Further question?
It's more of a comment, actually. I just wanted to congratulate the waste team. So I was on the LGAQ state waste working group team meeting last week, the week before, and they were talking about how the young people and the education of young people is a way to really drive diversion and that education space. And I did mention what we had done with the youth leaders from our schools just recently, and they've actually asked me to present at the next meeting, the next state meeting, because they were really impressed with what our team have done. So just wanted to publicly say thank you and congratulations that, you know, we'll be highlighted for all the work that was put into it. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Councillor Melissa. That's great. Any further questions for Water and Waste? Councillor Tim?
Jake, good afternoon. Just a question on the drinking water consumption on the bottom of page maybe 2. That one there. Thanks, Deanne. Took me a while to decipher what all the initials were for, but I think we got there. Millmerran in that is significantly over at a target of 200 and they're at 289 per person per day. So that's my first question. Is there anything happening in Millmerran? But just the part of this graph that I found most interesting was the system losses. And over all of those places that are over, we're adding up a fair few megalitres of losses in our system. Is there anything that could be done to eliminate those? So 2 parts, Millmerran specifically, but the system losses, please.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councillor Tim, for your questions. I'm not sure what's going on in Millmerran, apart from probably like a lot of communities, there has been a very dry end to autumn and many are not in fact enjoying the level of rainfall that we are experiencing today. That hasn't been experienced widely across particularly our southern areas. And so the community at Millmerran might be sort of experiencing some acute, drier periods and hence using more water. So we do try and be proactive in relaying messages to the community. We know that when we do engage with the community in that space, that they are very responsive when asked to consider their water consumption. They are very responsive in that space. In relation to system lossages, yes, Councillor, I accept that some of those numbers are quite considerable, and it is one of the things that is on my list to address. What we find is a bit of a mix between ageing infrastructure, also losses within the network, unmetered connections. When you say unmetered connections, it's not residential connections. We do have unallocated water, where it's, for instance, our team internally might use water that doesn't have a meter on it, or standpipes, those sort of bits and pieces. So we're working very hard to allocate, or at least meter all of our water. And so when we have certain components like roadworks and those sort of bits and pieces on, we may not, we still charge internally for those costs, but they're not necessarily metered. So we're working very hard to make sure that all of that is considered and bring our system losses or unmetered water down as low as possible.
Very good. If there's no further questions, the motion before us is quite simply that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you very much, Jake. Appreciate it. We move then, councillors, to item 17.3, which is the Infrastructure Services Group report. And Marie, welcome very much to you again. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm pleased to present the Infrastructure Services Group report and take it as read. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions in regard to the Infrastructure Services Group? Councillor Edwina?
Thank you, Mayor. And apologies, Marie, for not providing this on notice. I'm just trying to find the page. I've just got notes here. Page 4 of 16 in attachment 1. Why is our asset ordered this year to date at 143% over target? So at the bottom of page 4, 35 assets have been ordered year to date, 172 out of 120 items, or 143%. I guess, why is that over? Do we know? And apologies, I haven't given you notice.
I'm going to have to take that on notice and come back to it, Councillor Edwina.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Potentially an email around, Marie, would be useful for that, to clarify that.
Yeah, it's just in relation to the capital replacement.
Very good. Any other questions for ISG? If not, the motion before us is that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thanks, Marie. Thank you very much. We then move, councillors, to item 17.4, which is the Environment Community Services Group report. And welcome to Nick. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon again, councillors. Gives me great pleasure to present the Environment Community Services Group report. Councillors, as my colleagues have done before me, I take that report as read and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thanks very much, Nick. We have a question from Councillor Trevor.
Thank you, Mayor, and to you, GM Nick. I did furnish you with a couple questions. Is that okay if you would answer them? I'll just bring the questions up. One relates to my monthly topic of circular communities at Torrington. What's the current update on that facility? And if you could respond, that would be awesome.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor, and thanks for sending that through in advance to me. As you know, Circular Communities holds a current development approval and environmental authority with regulatory oversight continuing to ensure compliance with their approval conditions and to address the community's concern. During this month, we've undertaken a series of inspections and we continue to do so, including out-of-hours monitoring. That was something that you'd raised last time that we're here. Those inspections have identified that some odour is emitted intermittently and can, under certain conditions, extend beyond the site. Noise impacts, though, have generally been limited to the immediate vicinity of the facility. We're continuing to monitor the site and work with the operator to ensure that all reasonable steps are being taken to minimise those off-site impacts. And we've also undertaken some broader compliance activities in that area just to ensure that no other sources are contributing to those nuisance impacts, because sometimes the timing of the complaints doesn't necessarily align with the operations of that facility.
With the current restrictions or new regulations put in place, how long can this go on before? Is there a line in the sand somewhere to say, hey, you've had XYZ time to clarify or rectify the situations out there?
No, there's no time frame for them as long as they're operating within the confines of the approval and the conditions. So as long as they're doing that, there's no time frame for them, and the indications are that they're achieving that. I'm still trying to identify some of the sources of that odour.
Okay, thank you. And my second question was in relation to the restaurant at the Empire. Where are we at with that?
It's a good question. I probably can't say too much other than to say that we're still going through, our due diligence is still ongoing, and the matter's subject to commercial negotiations and probity considerations, so it's a bit difficult for me to comment too broadly in the public forum around that. However, those negotiations are ongoing.
So it has been going on for a while, but thank you for your update, and we look forward to further updates of when we get closer to maybe a new person taking that over, when we get there, I guess.
Further questions? Councillor Edwina and Councillor Carroll.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm not a question. I'd just like to really thank everyone who put in work for Anzac Day services across our community. I went to 4, and I guess I'm including in that our admins who did all the ordering of the wreaths and different things, and our road management groups as well. So would you pass those on, because I think certainly the ones I went to, they were seamless, and very much the work done on behalf of our community was much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. I'll certainly pass that on. It is a broad team effort, and also not forgetting all the community volunteers and organising committees.
Very good, thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Edwina?
I've just got two. One follows on from Councillor Trevor with the Empire Theatre. Nick, that probity that we're going through and this process seems to be taking a very long time.
So I'll take that one if that's okay, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor. I'm ensuring that the right decision is made and one that ensures that there are no implications, both ongoing or financial, to this organisation, and the best possible solution is reached both for the Empire, the individual, and this organisation. I don't apologise for taking the time to get that right, and we are working on it and will endeavour to expedite it as soon as possible. But at this stage, I'm needing to be convinced that it's the right decision and the right outcome will be achieved for the ratepayers and the broader community. And I'll probably leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, CEO. And GM Nick, just in relation to the Pittsworth dog park, we put through a petition recently on behalf of the community, and I was just wondering if we could get an update on that for the Pittsworth community, please.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Councillor Edwina. We've met with that Pittsworth community back in February, and I think I've provided an update in a previous group report, but I'm happy to take the opportunity to fill everyone in again around that. So we did meet in February with members of the Pittsworth community, and at that meeting we talk through the process for approving a dog off-leash area, which requires an amendment to local law and consultation and all of those sorts of things. The community was very happy with that advice and with that meeting. They're very comfortable with where we're at. They're also advised we didn't have capacity this financial year to keep carrying that forward, but we would reconvene early in the new financial year. So in the first quarter of the financial year, we'll be revisiting. And they were very happy that we were entering that planning phase to get a positive outcome for Pittsworth in terms of provision of a dog off-leash area, including some eagerness for them to provide opportunities around other possible locations, even though they had identified one in that petition, but they were open to exploring others.
Great, thank you for the update. That's good to know it's moving forward. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Trevor, another question?
No, more of a comment and pass on well wishes to the Rosalie Gallery and the Crow's Nest Gallery. They've had some exceptional exhibitions out there recently, and they've got some really good ones coming up. Also to Youth Connect, who had a photography course with Youth Month, and they had an exhibition at the Rosalie Gallery, which went off very well. So pass on Rosalie Gallery, Crow's Nest Gallery and Youth Connect. Thank you.
I'll be sure to do that. Thank you, Councillor Trevor.
Councillor Tim.
Chair, thank you. Good afternoon, Nick. I also had planned to echo Councillor Carroll's point and congratulate 1,500 more attendees at Anzac Day services than last year. And I wasn't in attendance, but big shout out to Goombunji for getting their dawn service off the ground. I think that's tremendous that more of our smaller communities are getting behind that. I did want to ask a question which is a little left field, and I'm very happy for it to be taken on notice. Under Park Operations, Pittsworth Wildcat secured grant funding for the installation of lights. I was personally working with the exec committee of these guys a year and a half ago who are having significant problems having to put in a DA on a council-owned field to put lights on that we already owned, and there was significant hardship. I'm really actually pleased to see that they've been successful and they've finally got there with their lights. But I'm wondering if there might be any learnings from this around streamlining the process when we've got funds through a gambling or whatever community grant on premises that we already own for community groups wanting to work on our fields. If that could just be something we have a conversation about and see if we could do anything better, I'd really love to hear from that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Happy to have that conversation, and certainly we try and work with those clubs to provide as much advice and assistance as we possibly can to help them navigate through the process. I wish it were true, but just because we secure a grant doesn't negate the need for planning and building approvals. So we still need to go through those things, but we're very happy to assist as much as we can and try and streamline that process.
Thanks, Nick. Might just double up and give Joe an opportunity to talk a little bit towards that too, Tim, if you don't mind, being
Thank you,
substantively
Chair.
the manager
And,
of that area.
Just to add to Nick's comments, there's opportunity with the next version of the scheme to find opportunities where we can lower the level of assessment or make it accepted development. So there's some examples of other SEQ councils who effectively adopt, if it's council-owned land and it's aligning to certain types of uses, it could be declared a public utility or a public type use, where effectively we'd do an internal assessment, but it doesn't have to go through a full-fledged assessment against the Planning Act. Yeah.
Joe, that's music to my ears, and thank you for looking into that in the new scheme. I think good people who are incredibly smart people, but are also volunteer board members of a community group trying to sit at home filling out a DA. So I'm really happy to hear that, and it's a welcome change. Thank you so much.
Very good. Any further questions? If there's no further questions or comments for that matter, the motion before us is that the Environment Community Services Group report be received. Councillor Trevor, you happy to move that, eh? Okay. Councillor James second. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thanks very much, Nick. Appreciate it. We move then to item number 17.5, councillors, which is the Corporate Services Group report, and welcome back to General Manager Anne-Marie. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. Happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Councillors, any questions in regard to the Corporate Services Group report? We probably covered off on a few things this morning, actually, when we did the monthly performance. If there are no questions, councillors, the motion before us is that the Corporate Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Do appreciate it. Councillors, that does conclude our ordinary meeting for the month of May. Appreciate everyone's attendance and look forward to gathering again in the early part of June with our committee meetings and ordinary meetings being brought forward by a week, just for the purposes, and that's been well advertised as well. Thank you very much, and thank you CEO Sal and General Managers, Acting General Managers. Appreciate your commitment as well. Good afternoon.